Alright, I gotta switch this now. Sheesh. Yeah. Na, na, na. Na, na, na. Oh, oh. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Whoa. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Fngr motion. Huh, what if I put this on so it's just fine or not? Yeah. Alright. Alright, just give me 1 second. I just gotta set up the chat and stuff, so just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is a live stream. Kai Supreme, what is going on? Oh shoot. Kai Supremo on the live. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a minute. He said, is this a live stream? Yeah. Look at the live stream. Would you like the ice cream? Alright, guys. Ready? Ready. So now, look at Fngr go. Fngr has officially broke out of that $5 level and is now at $5.09. Volume is continuing to push. I believe here, as per TradingView, we had Fngr trading with a volume of 2.16 million. If we take a look at that in the daily chart, what a big candle that is, huh? We got 2.18 million now, compared to yesterday's volume of 1.61 million and Friday's volume of 860.49 thousand shares traded. This is looking really spicy. Oh, look at that. So $5.09. Look at that. It's just right on the alert that I left here. And you know what's crazy? The trend, that 200 day period moving average, simple moving average. Isn't this something crazy though? Like, that is insane. Uh, so yeah, there is gonna be a bit of a resistance here at the $5 level. Um, oh, 510. Okay. So my theory right now, from what we're seeing, is that um, there's short shares that are trying to be used. In my opinion, it might not be the case, but it keeps getting eaten up. It keeps getting eaten up, and therefore it's backfiring on the shorts. 516 now. 516 on Fngr. So there is some action still going on right now as we're looking at the chart. You can see that Fngr closed up 24.43% at $4.38, and all of a sudden, during after hours, the boom booms, the boom boom candles um, began to work its thing, and we moved up from 434 all the way to now a high of 516, which is unprecedented, and we haven't seen this amount of volume in a long time, long time. So we're trying to see if before the close of aftermarket, if it's going to continue, or if we're going to see some type of pullback here. So this is pretty cool to see right now. 515 last reported on Fintel. When we take a look at Fintel, let's lower this just a little tad bit here. As of an hour ago, Fintel reported that there is no more short shares available. All right, so they ran out of shares, just short. They're getting cornered, and they're in trouble. And not only that, but you have a short borrow fee rate of the maximum of 320.07%, which spiked dramatically from last week, as the short borrow fee rate in the beginning of this month was at around 16 to 25%, and then started spiking from May 6th to May 7th, from 64% to 168%. Eventually, uh, yeah, shorts are definitely in trouble if that's the case. 516 right now, that 5-minute candle that we're looking at is dusting the living crap out of these shorties. If you take a look at the RSI, you can see the pullback just a little bit, but the only thing crazy is that this is still breaking above, and it's breaking above that momentum, that 50-day period momentum moving average, and it's actually climbing up even more. There goes that push, as you can see, as you saw on the RSI, being lifted. Now it's 524, 525 being the day high for Fngr officially. 530. Now we see 530. We gotta see what's going on the time and sales here, because this is pumping. This is pumping like crazy. I think this is the moment that we see finger motion in ways that we have never seen in a long time. As you saw there, for just a moment, for just a split second, 540. Okay, 540 just registered here on Webull. It only took one share apparently. Then it was a sale of 2,355 shares for $5.31, but that was completely eaten up. 544 now. And we're talking about Fngr now up just as much as it was throughout market day, up now 24% on the after hours. This is quite exciting. I know a lot of people in Fngr are going crazy, and yeah, this is very unprecedented for sure. Um, what can we say about this, and what can we talk about when it comes to options too? Options that are now, um, with the $5 calls being in the money, from pretty much from four, the $3.50, $4, $4.50, $5.50, $6 calls soon to be. Um, hold on. This is intense. This is intense right now. Look at this. 555 now on Fngr. Uh, so the hard to borrow here on Webull is still showing that it's at 260.09% with a 300% maintenance requirement. Uh, this is getting wild. I don't know. Chilling. There's gonna be some attacks here. There's some attacks. There's gonna be some profit taking. All right, so it's gonna get volatile. It's gonna get volatile for sure. All right, it's not always gonna be a direction going up. There's a lot of day traders here too, in my opinion. Um, Going into this play, this is wild. But just it's yo, what up, Rob? What up? Good to see you on here, Rob. Yeah, $5 in the money, but since the market is closed and since options market is closed too, there isn't any way to try to, you know theoretically there isn't a way to try and exercise those calls until tomorrow 9:30 when the market opens and when options market opens. That is when the real test begins, and when you know they have to delta hedge for everything, for every call that is now in the money. All right, if we go back to the May 16 contracts, you can see that influx of volume. All right, compared to what we saw before market close, the volume was pretty much insane. But look at that. You had open interest as high as 15,178, higher than the $4 strike calls. Volume at 3,250 compared to the $4 strike calls at 5,049. Delta's high. Um, the $6 calls too here. Wow, even a volume of 4,162, even higher than the $5 strike call. So they're pretty much trying to get deeper in the out of the money, and to try to push this gamma pressure. But we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure until until we start seeing some crazy volume between now and the end of after hours into pre-market hours tomorrow, you know. So hopefully it sticks, yeah, for sure. Hopefully it sticks, but technically, you know, that $5 level was supposed to be resistance, and it has to stay above $5 to be considered, in my opinion, the new support level for Fngr. All right, but overall, we do have to take into account that it is overbought on the RSI. If we take a look at the other time frames, all right, you can see that that is actually what's happened here. The RSI line here hitting as as high as 96 on the overbought level, and here pulling back. And it looks like it's, you know, trying to pull back even more on that RSI. So again, it depends on what the situation is. See the 69-minute chart here, RSI line at 87. Look at the 333-minute chart, RSI 89. 4-hour chart 83. Look at the daily chart at 84.94. The weekly is well, was at 80, but the monthly chart on Fngr shows us that it had broken through that 50-day period momentum moving average length, and now it's at 58. So technically there's still all this room to move up, and until it decides to hit the overbought levels and then drop from there. But who knows what the situation may be for tomorrow and before this week is over. Not financial advice, by the way. Remember that this is everything and anything being said in this stream is strictly in my opinion, not financial advice. Remember, do your own research as we go over this this ticker, Fngr, finger motion and the lotion. You already know how it is. Alright, you can see how the trend is on the monthly. The monthly looks super exquisite, the way that it bottomed out for the past 3 months between January and April. And now for the month of May, seeing a huge monthly candle from the low of $2.30 to as high as $4.38, but with the exception of Fngr now being at $5 a share, breaking over and reaching as high as $5.54. So that is, again, really crazy. Now there's always going to be either some attacks or profit taking, whatever you might think that they're trying to do, because it, like I just mentioned, theoretically the RSI is overbought almost all the time frames except for the monthly chart. So technically it does need to correct and cool down for it to see if it actually gets to the oversold territory on RSI, and then from there test that 200-day period simple moving average and see if it bounces up from there. If not, then based on your decisions to make, whether you want to secure the bag, wait for a retracement, and this is just an example, right? Because you're your own decision maker of your investments. You either wait for the retracement. That's if, and then another thing. That's if you're deep in the money and you're in the green with your options too. It still plays the same. It's still the same, you know. Secure the bag, wait for the retracement, and then wait until it hits another bottom, and then you make that decision. Or you can just play something else. So right now it's back under $5 at $4.95. Chris, what is going on with you, man? Clark, apparently, here talking about a YouTuber saying that a gamma ramp will form on GameStop in the middle of May, and somewhere early June we will have a short squeeze. Who knows? All right, so I guess that's what speculation. We wouldn't know for sure if unless it is a credible from a credible source, and that is inside of these trades or this information that claims that this is gonna happen. But if it does happen, then great. But that's gonna cause a lot of animosity. It's gonna cause a lot of confusion. It's gonna cause a lot of hype. Oh, you just got out of a meeting. All right, copy. Hold on. Oh my god. Dang. How was that meeting, man? Crazy. Let me just refresh this real quick. Alright, so even on chartexchange.com, it still shows that that Fngr has no shares, no short shares available, and the cost of borrow fee is at 318.72%. So subject to change later on in a few hours. What up, Eric? Welcome back. Kai came in with the flames, man. Supposed to keep the flames ignited, burning strong. I don't know where he went, but yeah, yo, Eric, check out Fngr, bro. Fngr did a huge pop about 15 minutes ago. Actually, 20 minutes ago. It was holding at around 5 for a minute, and all of a sudden it broke out, went over $5, and it went as high as $5.55 before getting brought back down with a pullback. It does look like there is the RSI is cooling down. It's showing a little bounce there on the RSI on Webull, but yeah, this thing is getting intense. All right, look at the call contracts for June 20th, 2025. You have the $5 strike calls building up there. It was at an open interest of 2,691 and 1,888. All right. Also, the $6 strike calls building in volume too. So yeah, it does look like it's still wanting to cool down a bit here and pull back. You just saw a Fngr hit 478, went back up to 487, then dropped to 482. All right, we don't know if it's gonna actually continue or if it's actually just cooling off to then rebound and then go for another leg up and try to retest $5. So $5 was mentioned to be the last resistance level, and we're just gonna see if it breaks or rejects. It looks like more of a rejection right now at the moment. I wonder which whale was buying all of that. Um, There's a lot of action there. So you can see right there that this is what has been happening for the past, since after market hours. All right, you got candles here, like for example, this one that was supposed to be a short got gobbled up. Then again for this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Now this one, because it was at a low of 469, now brought back up to 485 or 488. Sorry. So we're trying to figure out this thing right here. It could be a big whale alert, or it could be a big shamu alert, or a dolphin. Who knows? Again, I don't want to get too hyped right now, and just to for the record, this isn't to pump the stock. Okay. All right, we're just analyzing, we're reviewing, we're observing, we're doing our research here on this ticker, Fngr, finger motion, which we had discussed previously a lot of times, even back in 2022, after the last run, where Fngr went from 65 cents all the way to as high as what, $10, almost $10, or was it more than that? I gotta go back and check again because it was a long time ago. It was as high as. Oh, okay. So yeah, it was almost nine. It was almost $10 at $9.80. Uh, if we take a look again, I want to go back and show you the volume. The volume of from when that event happened, when that event took place. All right, I'm gonna show you real quick how that all occurred. All right, and just to show you how the volume grew every daily candle from the beginning of the run here from September 23rd of 2022. And you can see here a volume of 43,000. Then the next candle, 132,000. Then this candle, 1.07 million. This one was 4.67 million. All right, the stock went from a low of $1.05 to $1.93 on the high. The next one was 2.66 million. Not much movement, but this one was a crazy, whopping amount of 31.73 million that brought the stock from a low of 182 to $3.77. Then the next one was 73.57 million, which brought the stock from a low of $4.18 to 650. Then 25.99 million shares, which was, in pretty much a battle between bulls and bears. Ended up printing a red daily candle. But then the next one was more buys than anything, from 25.39 million shares, from a low of 525 to a high of $9.36. So eventually there was a lot of back and forth. Volume was a lot lower, but then when you got to this point here, you pretty much almost hit $10 before getting shorted like crazy. Back from 944 all the way to as low as 461. So yeah, I just wanted to show you an example of the volume here, because compared to that type of volume, what's surprising is that the volume here, this candle, it only took 400. Wait, what is this? Hold on. 422.91 thousand? No, that doesn't seem right. Alright, okay, there you go. Because this daily candle here was 2.26 million. And it was pretty much a majority of them being buys. And Went from a low of 355 to 438. So imagine that. But anyways, we're just trying to see if it's actually going to continue. There seems to be a little bit of a bounce here, and this is a bounce from $4.70. But right now we're seeing mostly red candles printing here, so again we could be seeing a little bit of a pullback, probably some profit taking. It seems to me that, yo guys, it seems to me that there is a little bit of a gap. I don't know if you see it, but there's a little gap here. I don't know if it'll actually play out. I see this one right here, which is right in between of 440 and 437, 440. So I'm gonna say average around $4.40. And then there's another one here, which is not as big, but somewhere around here, from 460 to 463. So I'm just wondering if these 5-minute gaps will have anything to do with this pullback, and if so, then it would have to either retest this range, this level at 460, or if it fails, then it would have to retest this level around 440 before it decides to break back out and then maybe do a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders. Who knows? But you can see it though. You can see how they're really trying to take profits on this, and or short it too, in my opinion. Not financial advice. So again, $5 support, resistance, and we'll see what happens later on if things start to change in short interest, in cost to borrow, and all that. Let's go ahead and you like SMCI, okay? What about? Let me see. SMCI is right here. Oh wow, okay. So tell me, what's been happening with SMCI? Because look at that. Look at that trend. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Look at that move. That's a big move. And this stock this stock was really low at one point. Oh, okay, I think it was around $27, $28 a share. Now it's at 40. So that's a big comeback there. Big comeback there. What else happened here? It says Supermicro Computer pops 15% on fresh analyst praise. So SMCI being back in the spotlight, the stock surged 15% Tuesday after Raymond James told clients it's time to buy, calling the server maker a top name in AI infrastructure and setting a price target of $41 a share. Raymond James said Supermicro has carved out a solid spot in the AI arms, controlling about 9% of a $145 billion market, and that puts it ahead of other branded server vendors, according to research from Del Oro. Right. There was an analyst, I think. Let me see. And you got here, equity markets closed mixed after April consumer price increases. Has anything to do with that? Maybe. GME is going to plow to $40 tomorrow. Huh. You don't say. Do you really think so? You really think that's the case? Do you really think that's the case right now? Do you really think that that is the case right now? Do you think so? Mostly think so for sure. And look at Fngr. Look at Fngr pop right back to $5 in just a short amount of time. In just a minute and a half, from 4.89 back to $5.01. See, well that theory was just solved there, whatever you want to call it. But we did say pullback needs to correct itself and cool down. Eventually, we'll see it bounce and try to go for another leg up. Pretty sure I said that around like maybe 10 minutes ago. But now Fngr is back at $5.04, trying to recoup and recover from that little drop, and now it wants to push right back up. Maybe it will take over 540 again, or maybe it'll run. Maybe it'll run its course and start to go for another new day high. Who knows if we wake up all of a sudden we see Fngr hit $6 clean. $5.04 currently. So that's cool. It's cool. It's cool. SPX 600 affects this. Let's sound like a bot. $5.08 now. So we're seeing a little bit of a push. Is there a little delay or something? But because there it goes. See, I think there is a little bit of a delay on Webull versus TradingView. You could see that it was 510 on TradingView. No, 508 on TradingView. Now all of a sudden it says 510 on Webull. So yeah, it's definitely trying to push back over. This goes crazy. Oh my god! I think there's gonna be a bunch of FOMO ensuing, and they're gonna drive this price wild and crazy. That would be crazy to watch, you know. But then you also gotta contain your emotions. SPX 6900. Yeah, I like 69 too. Yeah, give me a what else is happening? Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy. Freshy. Yeah, that is a cool name. He said SPX 6900. I doubt it. I doubt it. Whoa, I just got dizzy, my phone. My guys, I got a little dizzy. I ain't gonna lie. Jesus. My bad. Um, dang, 508. All right, so damn. I don't know why this is happening to me right now. Wait, what? Copyright. Oh, come on, bro. Really? I got a copyright claim on this. Oh my god. Really? Got a copyright claim again. Just because of that stupid YMCA song. Lord. Good. Alright. Let me look at real quick. Give me 1 second. What other stocks is moving currently? Alright. Listen, yeah, I just got the notification from YouTube Studio and it told me that I got a copyright strike, but apparently my live stream it doesn't get affected, but still it's like yeah, nah, yeah, it was a bot. 508, 508, 507. It's holding. Oh, let me see. SMCI. SMCI is stair stepping really nicely, honestly. Look at that. That is wild. Look at that. Whoa. Whoa. This could go even beyond 41 and into 42. Imagine that. Let's see what happened today. Oh, Big Good. Was it Big Five Sporting Goods? Big Five Sporting Goods Corporation was up 51.49%. Retailers say stockpiling helped mitigate first quarter tariff impacts. Okay. I think I remember somebody mentioning about BGFV. I wonder who it was. I don't know if it was Fishy or, but I can definitely guarantee that it was talked about on this stream altogether. Even Humasite with a big surge here. Look at that 4-hour chart. This was at around $1.20. Had bottomed out around that range, and all of a sudden, here today, it went up crazy from 135 all the way to as high as $1.79. Take a look at it from the daily, and apparently there's still this big gap here to fill if it continues going to the upside. So, yeah. Let's see, Fngr 507 still. Yeah. Damn, you know what? I'm gonna leave the stream for a little bit. I'm gonna leave the stream on for a little bit right now. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick nap. Alright, so just stick around for a bit or listen to the music. You got things to do in between. Let me know. But I will be right back. I'll be right back. Now we'll see. I'll put on Fngr, Fngr's price action right now. We'll check to see what happens in the next hour and see if it rises or not. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what I be. You know what it is. No, you know what it is. What it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right. You know what it is. Can you get William? What? Can you get William on your stream and you can call prosciutto for some analysis? Yeah. Prosciutto. I need some salami too. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna just take a quick little naparoonies. I'll leave the stream on though. I'll be right back. God! All right, I'm back now. Oh my God! So to do just a little bit of a consolidation here. There you go. All right. Presuming we will have a retracement once 30,000 calls expire and are sold, which would be the next expiration date. This is in 3 days, the May 16th calls. Which, as you can see, that's a lot of open interest and volume. I'm pretty sure the volume had jumped before market close, and the $5 calls up over 100%. So that's an interesting surprise for a lot of people, and knowing the fact that even though technically whoever has those $5 calls are in the money, it just needs to hold above 5 and start to, and then obviously jump back up. Fngr going back to $5.55 as a new day high. Crazy. So, imagine that. Appreciate you, Martin. Tastes good. We can go back and we'll check out. Yeah, I'm out. I don't know. I'm out of it. I am out of it. Oh, SMCI was up. Oh. You know what I'm saying? You get your nap on? Well, it's worth getting a nap. It's definitely worth getting a nap, man. As much as you can. It's probably like 6. It says 6 p.m. over there. Oh, it's 5 o'clock over there, I believe. Yeah, I just checked. What? GCT? Giga Cloud? I remember GCT. Wow. And which one? Let me see what else. Where is it? Oh, apparently SMCI broke $42. Oh wow! Whoa! Look at that. This just about 15 minutes ago, SMCI continue to rise just before the end of aftermarket hours to as high as $42.49. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Alright, good evening to you too, Johnny. Johnny be good. Right. Oh. Oh. That's what I was actually going to do. Um, BGFV. BGFV apparently closed about 51%. Oh, here we go. Let's see who talked about it. It was TP? Say word. TP. August 26th of 2024. August 26th of 2024. Where was BGFV back in August 26th, 2024? It was at a high of $1.95. Just slightly higher than today's closing price of $1.53. But eventually, before that, it went down all the way to as low as 80 cents. And wow. Back in April 7th, so just about a month ago, for coming back up to nearly as high as $1.78. $1.78. Well, $1.70. Yeah, $1.78. So now we see this, pretty much breaking back over. I'm wondering if it's actually going to try to break over $2 tomorrow. We'll put an alert there just in case for 2 and 220. But did he get in? TP? Did TP get in this, or did he ever decide to lower cost average and load up ever since August 26th of 2024? He pretty much had since here, and all of this to accumulate all shares that you could have possibly bought from the end of August of 2024 to pretty much April of this year. I'm talking about all of April, which had been under $1 until the beginning of May, to now to experience this breakout. Whew. Can you imagine that, chat? That would have been a crazy return and a huge amount of shares loaded up from that point, So if anybody got into that trade, good job. As you know, BKKT Holdings ended its deal with Webull Pay back on March 17, 2025. I don't know if you guys heard about that. This is the first for me. Um, that's pretty interesting there. Let me check this out here. Suspending practice of providing quarterly guidance until further notice. Whoa. A lot of litigation going on here, but it says here B, B, BAKKT Holdings ending its deal with Webull Pay back on March 17, 2025, losing 74% of their crypto revenue. And Bank of America also canceled its contract, leading to a projected 73% revenue drop. But something had happened here previously, and that was Monday, after market close when they reported their earnings. They beat their earnings and with a surprise earnings revenue beat of 1.06 billion, which is over 6,150%. So what ended up happening? Mind you, BKKT was at a low of a 52-week low of $6.81. After that report of earnings, BKKT from there all the way to $15.49. So that is a big jump from there. So as high as $15.99, so $16 in technically speaking, and reaching back resistance levels from March. Before that, BKKT was a $28 to $30 stock the beginning of this year. So nice day on the crypto so far. What? WPRT? Westport Fuel Systems Inc. Uh-huh. So what? Westport Fuel Systems had also reported earnings after market close today. They missed just slightly, or barely even anything in revenue. They beat earnings per share. It only went up just a little tiny bit from 281 to $3.05. But can we really say that it actually hit a bottom? There has been this time period, or this time range from beginning of April till now, where what I see here is pretty much the stock trading between around 265 to as high as $3, and then eventually finding its accumulation zone, which will be here, and then point of entry, the breakout zone. Let's see what this is all about. Can open a new window. Oh wow, a deep effing value skeet? What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? A new DFV tweet, you mean? A tweet, but something? Um, okay. I will look at a non-existent tweet by DFV. Probably doesn't even exist. Probably doesn't even exist. Because you're probably trolling right now. Let's see. If he's still live on his stream, yeah, you can ask him about it. Like how it says, something went wrong. Try reloading. You can't even reload replies because it doesn't exist anymore, I guess. Do you believe that? He got rid of all of his replies. Can't even see anything else. Huh. Hold on. Why is Bed Bath & Beyond trending on Twitter? That's hilarious. Look, you can't... Really? Something went wrong? Try reloading? I'm reloading. There's no latest. That is hilarious. There's nothing at all. Whoa. People? Can you reload? No. That's interesting. Hold on. Let me go up and let me go on my phone and let me search for BBBY. Trending. this? Hold on. BBBY. Oh, it's loading. I mean, it's loading for me on my phone. I don't know if it's a connection issue on my part. Well, I don't know, but that's weird. Whoa. Oh shoot! I remember this. There's no way that BBBY went to OTC. Notice the extra S. I wonder what happens when we put the S in the S in search and drops. Nothing can stop what is coming. Right. We got conspiracy theories now. Takes control of the. What? What does this mean? Oh shoot. Brain is tired, been watching it and taking it all day. Pause. No Diddy. I've been. Man, my brain is tired myself. I feel fried. I feel so fried right now. You believe that? Oh my god, this is annoying. Yeah. By far, probably the most exciting thing to watch. And a stock that has been pretty much moving for the past 2 months. Since April 17th. It's going to be a month. No, not 2 months. What am I talking about? See, my brain is not functioning as much either. What I meant to say is it's about to be almost a month. Um, when the bigger volume started to take place in Fngr, leading to where it's at now, and could be that it's not done yet. It's not over. It's not over. No, 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 no. It's not over at all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, man, can you believe that? How Fngr just jumped during after hours. Talking about from 434 to 555. So the amount of volume in total for today officially was 2.33 million shares. Crazy. Crazy. We haven't seen volume like that in ages, man. I mean, not for this month, but like we haven't seen volume in general, and I'm talking about this whole month of volume, right? So if I were to go to the monthly chart, which looks absolutely like this monthly chart, oh my gosh. To me, this monthly chart looks Super duper. Entirely, man. The month of May so far showing 15.38 million shares for now. Last month's volume at 6.46 million. And the month of March showing 5.85 million. You know? So this volume here for the month of May almost beating this monthly candle from June of 2023 with a volume of 17.48 million, which had brought the stock from a low of $1.30 to $4.35. The next one afterwards, because remember you had this run from the bottom of $1.01. Remember this ended up going from 435 into the month of July of 2023 to as high as 716 from 309 with a volume of 24.47 million shares total. The month after of August 2023, you had more of a sell-off that took it from 618 to 396 with a close of 511 with only 11.66 million shares. And then the month of September of 2023 with a major comeback of 22.3 million shares, bringing it back up from a low of 482 to 797 before closing at $6.21. So, but nothing compares to that little squeeze that we all know about from September to October of 2022, when there was at a low of 62 cents for the month of September, pretty much the end of September of 2022, and going as high as $3.77 and closing at $3.37 to then lead the stock to a massive remember 41.5 million shares that month. The next one, October 2022, 189.92 million shares, bringing it to open of $4.21 to a high of $9.80 to a low of 418 to close at 735. So, yeah, think about that for a second. Oh my goodness. So, technically speaking, if we were to have ourselves another monthly candle, and that's including May, which we already have 15.38 million so far, and it's May 13th. We're just half a way through the month. It would literally be theoretically this monthly candle from July 2023, and who knows if with that continuation of volume surging, and if more and more investors and institutions alike start to take notice even more, and we have an even more bigger surge in volume, who knows? Maybe we can even break $6 at this point. So my theoretical price target goal for Fngr before this month is over is somewhere between 6 to 8. So I'm just remember this is just a prediction, all right? Anything can happen. I could be wrong. Not financial advice, but who knows? With this amount of volume and with this amount of you know of cost to borrow percentage, which was at 318.72% with no short shares available. With that amount, with the pressure of the shorts getting cornered and gaped deep and losing control, we could even see Fngr at $8 a share. From there, I would guess maybe, yeah, if no resistance. Somebody, Big JR is saying somebody said clear skies to 30 with no resistance. I I would believe that instead of and you know what? Hmm. You know, $30 can definitely change somebody's life. Think about it. If we're being really realistic here, and people were to think more conservatively about where the stock would go, mind you, this used to be at a high of $17 back in February of 2021 before getting brought back down. Um, History could repeat itself once again. Cycles could be broken. But if that's the case, then yeah, I would want to say that with that, and in regards to the shorts getting trapped, or what, or, all of what we were talking about so far, I want to say that conservatively, that 30 would have to be the biggest resistance for Fngr. Not 3,000, not 30,000, not 100,000. All right, this is not no like AMC type thing where everybody's like, "Oh my God, to the moon, and we're going to $100,000 a share." Because how realistic does that even sound? Like, to be honest, like just think about it. Like if you were so like just imagine if you were well positioned at this point from everything that you've been through in Fngr, and you've been through all these cycles, and especially if you had gotten in to all these bottoms here from the bottom of 2020 during the end of 2022 and the middle of 2023, and then the bottom of the beginning of this year. Accumulation, accumulation, accumulation. Even if it was to the point where you were so well positioned and your average is just fine, below $2, $3, and it goes all the way to $30. That's 100x, right? Isn't that 100x? Bro, from where we at right now, from where we at right now, and you measured from a dollar back in February, or $1.25, whatever, all the way to $30 a share. That's a a 2,340% move, theoretically. So that multiplied by the amount of shares, including your average, whatever the average is, to amount to that, that's a big move. That is a even it could even be a life changing move too, especially if you were to stack on options, theoretically speaking. Not financial advice, but to stack on options too. If let's say and of course I'm not saying the May 16th because we're already almost 2 days away, well 2.5 days away from expiration. But you also have June to consider because you'd have 38 days, unless that's 38 trading days left for that expiration. You still have that amount of time, and even though the premiums could be a little bit expensive, but if you got it like that, and you were able to get yourself, you know what? Let me go to my bad. I'm gonna go to the long the options profit calculator.com, and I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Because if you're holding options that are expiring, Wow, how did my mic just get shorted? You serious? Screw you. Can you hear me now? My gosh, I feel like I was explaining. I don't know how much did you hear? How much? How much did you hear, Big Jr? Actually, let me see. If you're holding options that are expiring. Oh, if you're holding, okay, I got you. So if you're holding options that are expiring May 16, I'm not gonna explain myself over again. Jeez. So pretty much I was saying somebody was holding May 16 $6 contracts, or just showing that this person got in at 15 cents. So I want to say it was somewhere around, maybe it was somewhere around on in the beginning. Maybe it was yesterday. No, maybe it was actually earlier this afternoon before Fngr decided to move up and close at 438. But to get in at 15 cents per contract, close at 30 cents per contract as Fngr closed at 438, and now seeing that Fngr had closed at $5.01 in the after hours. Thank you, by the way, Big JR. You can clearly see here that these contracts closed at, well, if it stays if it stays at $5.10 and above, it would open at 42 cents a contract to 45 or 50. Well, 44 actually. If Fngr were to go back to $5.50, those contracts will be worth pretty much 60 cents average per contract. So that person in Williams Stream who has these contracts will then have a decision to make, all right, whether he wants to secure that bag and take all the profit from those contracts, or want to take most of it and then let it run up and decide to see if Fngr decides to move up even more to get closer to $6 a share before this week is over, because then if that's the case, and if he lets those contracts ride, if he decides to leave, you know, a good amount left of those contracts left, then those contracts would then go up and would be in the money. Then it would be worth around 85 to 90 cents per contract, and then he can secure the bag from there, which is crazy. But obviously, you have a few days left, and every day counts. And every day is crucial, especially when it gets closer to expiration date, because then theta affects the value of these contracts drastically, even as you get to up to a day before the expiration date. Because what happens once it reaches $6 a share, and it's May 16, the expiration, your contracts pretty much are worth 30 cents, and you won't get much value from that. So it's not even worth. So theoretically speaking, not financial advice, people who are holding these contracts, they have until tomorrow to decide what to do, because that green will start to fade, that theta will start to eat up those contracts, and again, you have choices to make, which is obviously you're your own decision maker. I can't tell you what to do, buy, sell, all that stuff. But just to give you an idea of what to do and how to play smart with this, when doing options, when doing calls, you want to make sure that you take the green, right? You don't want to give anything back to the market makers. You don't want to give any a single penny back. No, right? You want to take your profits, right? Take your profits, secure the bag, and if something happens, I'm not muted again. So, no, I just checked that it's working for me. Sorry, Johnny. Um, so one or two things. I mean, one of a few things. Secure the bag, take out profit, and play something else, or secure the bag, take out profit. If it pulls back, let's say if Fngr, let's say if Fngr were to actually pull back, right? If it pulls back, if they started to load up on short shares and they decide to bring it back down, I noticed that there is two slight little gap down, little gaps. Either it goes back down to 460, right? And you're still holding on to whatever you profited, right? You're still holding on to that buying power. You see it go back down to 460. And then from there you could then look at the June 20th expiration calls and then wonder, okay, so since it's under $5 again, if it comes back down, even if it comes back down to like 440, theoretically, and then start to then rebound and go for another leg up, I guess you have like two chances to load up on those contracts. $5 contracts for June 20th. So currently these contracts closed at 88 cents, so 90 cents per contract. If it pulls back, it'll probably go somewhere around like maybe $75 a contract, or 65 to 75. And from there you decide if you want to load up on that. And then if it jumps back, let me just go back to the options calculator. So now you decided to get into June 20th contracts for $5 a share. And let's say they were worth, after the pullback, right? After Fngr decides to come back down a little bit more around those gaps, and they were worth 75 cents each. You got yourself, I don't know, let's say 20 contracts worth 1,500. So now, wait, can I actually change this? Let me see something. It'll be crazy if I can actually do that. So if it came back down to, let's say, 460, let me calculate that. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. That's cool. Oh, Zelly's back. Good morning. Good evening, Zelly. Like, share, and subscribe, baby. LOML. So, oh, Matt's here too. What up, bitch? So, you held on to your buying power from those contracts that you sold, those May 16 $6 strike calls that you sold. And now you're waiting for the pullback, which you see it happened. It pulled back around 460. You decided to load up here on those June 20th $6 contracts. Actually, no, my bad. $5 contracts, right? Because you want to be closer in the money, theoretically, to get back into that, you know, in the money zone. And then, so so you got in at 75 cents, I believe. Let me see. At 1,500, 75 cents each. Once it recovers and it goes back to $5 a share, and knowing the fact that you have a month. Shut up. um, then you could see your calls profiting from there, you know? So your 75 cents contracts are then worth $1.15, $1.16 once it reaches $5. If it starts running back up to $5.50, you can pretty much double your earnings from when you previously went in. So if that makes sense, and then you decide what to do from there. Not financial advice. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering myself, like, what could happen tomorrow? Look at that, Zelly. Look. Look at Fngr. Fngr pushed up to 555. 555 a share. Going crazy. So yeah, you can either add. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. What's this? I just got some pineapple orange Mai Tais and some Jack and Cokes from the store. Which should I be popping first? Some orange Mai Tais. Hi Matt, are you Matt F? And the F is for, oh my god, Matt K. Big JR says Zelly with the hands up. Matt K. I can add hamburger to my ramen after today and Fngr. So it means it's slightly up of those calls. Oh my god. Stop using credit cards. Oh my gosh. Ouch. My body. So, yeah, there's definitely opportunities here to be made. Um, if it so happens that Fngr does continue to move up from $5 tomorrow, pre-market open, into market open, then it's gonna be a lot more expensive to get into those calls, especially the June ones. And you already have a huge amount of volume coming in for the 7-day strike. I mean $7 strike calls. The June 20th expiration. There was no open interest, so that means that this was probably added recently. Yeah, I think the $7 strike was added there. Because if you notice the May 16 expiration options chain, there was no $7 strike, and because it's about to expire in 3 days, there's no point in adding another strike there, unless they did add another strike tomorrow, but I doubt it. But you can see June 20th, August 15, November 21st. They added another strike there, the $7 strike, and with volume coming in too. January 16th, 2026, options chain goes all the way up to $15 strike, and apparently these contracts were up 66.67%. Surprisingly enough, back in May, I want to say, okay, so back in May 6th, these contracts were worth at about 23 to 25 cents per contract, and now they closed at 50 cents. So whoever got into those contracts at that expiration, remember, data isn't even that high. It was really relatively low, and even for the delta to be at just 30, the gamma at 0.05. Um, yeah, these contracts did move pretty nicely. So I'm just figuring that out. And that's how you also play safely. That's how you play safe too, you know? Ooh. How would it sound if William read the tick by tick price action on Fngr, but then realized he's been paper trading by the whole time? All right, all right. Fngr going up to 501, 508, 5. We're seeing 508 on the timing sales. They're buying it up. 508. Oh, 510. Fngr at 510. Oh, 510. Volume is really coming in as we're seeing the pressure now getting in. The shorts are being cornered. 520 on the chart. Here I'm reading it. Oh boy, it's getting exciting, and we're seeing the pressure now. And wait a minute, I think I'm up on my position. Oh my, I've made like $10. Oh, it's happening. Oh my God, I haven't seen green in 5 years. My portfolio's definitely moving now. Oh God. I just completely forgot that my account is a paper trading account. Well, guys, yeah, I'm going. You know what? Screw the Bulls and Fngr. We're going. I don't know. Anyway. Oh God. Oh. Oh, that's cool. I'm oh my God, the time of day, honey, I'm home. Oh, Johnny's back home early. I thought he'd be back home around 7 o'clock your time. Well, glad you can make it back home safely, Johnny. Anyways, um, I don't know what's gotten into me. I don't know. I think that I will go short tomorrow. we I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it's actually gonna hold up around 5, and then because this is how it ended. This is how it ended up here, right before after hours close. We still have the 50-day period moving average trending up here slightly. The what is it? The 9 day period moving average here about to cross back over the 21. So I'm thinking the best guess is that it's rebounding, and it's definitely we'll probably see Fngr pre-market open. This thing just flies off like crazy and breaks over 555. By market open, it'll be at $6 a share. Not that I have a crystal ball, but that would be pretty exciting to see. But 550 would be that would be the next resistance, and then it needs to break over that to see a lot more upside, which would be ginormous. I feel like FOMO would ensue at that case, at that point, and who knows? Maybe we'll see more coverings from there. I want to see what ChatGPT says though. It's crazy. It's Chris. Chris with a K. Welcome back. Is that a golden cross? The golden cross for. Actually, hold on. A golden cross for Fngr. On the daily, yes. On the daily, there is a beautiful golden cross here taking place. This was before the jump. But yes, we are entering the golden cross on the daily chart into tomorrow, which in most cases is super bullish, and that could result in an even more of a breakout, and forget about it. Because at that point, if a lot of people who are into technicals and investors, institutions alike, together, seeing this type of price action, and how much seeing how much Fngr has gone up since a month ago. I mean, like seriously though, like let me get rid of this. Hold on, 1 second here. Okay. So, because if you look at the daily, right, it's insane. We've been up, right? Let's measure from here, from the 9th of April, when it was at $1.22, and then it went up as high as what, 550. That's so that means Fngr was up, has been up over 350% in a month. Forget about it. Yeah, pretty much. If you would have got in at $1 here, that's let me see. So that's over 400% if you got in at $1, pretty much. So I can't tell if what RELA short is starting. Huh? I can't tell if Rilla short is starting to cover some, or someone knows there's news coming. A lot of insiders, yeah, would theor- well, theoretically, a lot of insiders, if they knew what was coming, and nothing had happened yet. This would probably entail um, institutions getting in the beginning and getting ready for the news, and at the same time, real short, okay, and at the same time, see coverings because they weren't expecting all these buy-ins taking place. But you know what? I'm curious because now I want to go ahead and I want to go to ChatGPT to have a conversation with I want to have a conversation with ChatGPT. So let me see. Um, let me go ahead and post. Wait, did I post something? Um, Fngr closed today at $4.38 with an even bigger move in after hours to 5.55. Now, what happens now? Oh shoot! Yeah. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wait a minute. 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 Wait. How does it know all this though? Okay. Just remember that ChatGPT can make mistakes. Yeah. This is just speculation. Okay, guys. So, from everything that was talked about previously on ChatGPT, when it said here before to watch these triggers, right? So you had the bullish trigger levels from $3.50 and above and hold, then you would see gamma starting to build and momentum traders to jump in. Then if it was gonna break over $4 and hold, then gamma spike potential. And if it would break over $5, then it could spark a max squeeze if short interest is involved. Um, so yeah, the squeeze case scenario, if it were to break $4 with volume and holds, then the implication would be a fast gamma acceleration towards $5. Obviously, since you saw that it actually ramped up pretty quickly, broke over $4 from the open. Actually, it opened at 359 to close at 438. Then that same scenario pretty much happened, and it moved right into the after hours where it actually spiked crazy and went to 555. So now, oh, thank you, Zelly. And Big JR says, seems like a race to get over $5 and triggered that Morgan Stanley rule where institutions can buy. All right. So now what happens? So ChatGPT is going to give a strategic breakdown of what happens next for Fngr, theoretically speaking. Now that it closed at $4.38 and ripped to $5.55 after hours, all while heading into a high open interest call wall at $5 to $7. So here's the immediate implications. Number one, gamma squeeze is now fully ignited. I don't know if we can truly believe that, but if that is the case, the price now crossed $3.50, $4, and $5 within 48 hours. Massive gamma exposure to dealers. With this surge, market makers are forced to buy shares rapidly to hedge deep in the money calls. The squeeze can extend rapidly if volume stays elevated Tuesday morning, which was the case today. And we saw the volume at around 2.28 2.28 no 2.33 million shares bought, traded. um so let's see. I gotta because I want to make sure. Would you like, hold on, I gotta make sure because if I gotta enter in some data. Let's look at the option statistics. We'll find out what this says here. Um, let me. Okay, let me try that. Let me try this. And let me go to the options here and take a screenshot here. What did I do? Oh, okay. And what can you tell based on the options statistic? And what is happening to the open interest and volume of these call options? Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says here. Wow. So let's read this. So based on the option statistics and options chain data you provided for Fngr on May 13, 2025, here's a breakdown of what's happening and what it implies. All right. So here's the stock performance summary. All right. You got the closing price at 438. After hours from 508 to 555. Volume of 2.33 million versus a 510,000 share total average, showing significant surge in interest, and a market cap of 250 million, which is still relatively small, so it's highly susceptible to volatility. Options statistics insights. The volume and open interest behavior. So volume in calls. The volume was at 22,111 versus open interest in calls of 99,010 versus volume in puts, which was barely anything, but 1,231 versus open interest in puts, which is 3,113. So what does this mean? So this shows that new call buyers are stepping in aggressively, but many may be opening new positions and not just rolling over. Put activity is minimal, which reinforces the bullish skew. Call put volume ratio 18-1, which is extremely call heavy and likely speculative. Strikes of interest. So you had the May 17. Hold on. May. It says May 17. I don't know why. Let's just say May 16. So May 16, $4 strike and $5 strike calls have thousands of contracts traded today. So it just shows here $4 strike calls with a 15,178 open interest and a volume of 3,250, and the $5 strike 10,210 open interest with a volume of 4,162. So both are deep in the money. And of course, if Fngr could stay above $5 tomorrow and so forth, they'll be both deep in the money or at the money in after hours. And these are now hot profit zones. So anybody could take profit at this point, sell their calls, or exercise their contracts if they want to actually, you know, obtain shares at those strikes. And now the implied volatility at 176.18%, which is high but not maxed out, and the historical volatility at 146.71%, which indicates current realized volatility is very elevated. IV isn't exploding, meaning market still sees upside potential but expects volatility to stabilize soon. So here's the interpretation and again, remember this is for educational, research, and entertainment purposes. Everything and anything that's being said in the stream is just strictly my opinion, ChatGPT's opinion, even though ChatGPT can make mistakes. So now here's the interpretation of the current setup. The bullish signals. Alright, so one, you have heavy call option buying, especially near-term strikes. Let me make sure I'm actually okay. Especially near-term strikes like the $4 to $5 strike, which indicates short-term traders / speculators betting on a breakout continuation, which is what what we're actually seeing there, right? We're seeing that even though it spiked up crazy in the after hours to 555, pulled back to as low as 469 in volatility, bounced back over to 5, ranging and consolidating, and now what it seems to be a little bit of a bounce and a recovery. So we see another breakout happening here tomorrow and goes back over 555 and so forth, right? Right. After hours price surge to 555, even tomorrow if it breaks over that, likely triggering in the money conversions for $5 strike calls. So that means theoretically more gamma pressure upward. Volume way above average with price reacting strongly, which is a sign of organic and or orchestrated move, which is probably another name for controlled. I'm not too sure. You guys can give your take on it in the comment section and what you think about that. Now gives you caution areas. So options implied volatility is high, so premiums are expensive, making new call entries less favorable unless movement continues. Right? So what we talked about before. What happens if it starts to pull back? Right? What happens if it starts to pull back around what I showed you here? If from 5 it starts to pull back to, let's say, 460 and then rebounds, or if it starts to go back to like 440 and rebound from here, then theoretically people can actually wait for better entries and start loading up a lot more, and you would see a big surge in volume from there at that point, and that would increase more of that pressure, in my opinion. But anyways, short interest and squeeze behavior potential should be monitored. If the price doesn't hold above $5 during regular session tomorrow, you would expect rapid premium decay in the weekly calls. So that means the calls that are about to expire this Friday. Theta is going to eat up those premiums and value of those contracts. So that's why I mentioned before, if you are still in those calls, make your decision before it's too late, and make your decision before those contracts are worth nothing, and make sure that you do not give anything back, not a single penny, if you're in the money and made a lot of profit on those calls. Not financial advice. So that's why it's best to always manage your risks and play it safe. And whatever you decide there, whether you want to just take profit and play something else, or you want to roll over to further expiration dated calls, that's up to you ultimately. So you do what you want to do. I'm just stating what is the more safest bet, right? So apparently GME with some aggressive overnight boning. You're right. You're right. All right, we're gonna talk about that in just a few moments. That's interesting. GME actually popped a little bit, back up to 28.85. At the same time, AMC up almost 3% here, up to 282 from a close of 274. Yeah, I wonder what that was all about. Anyways, just to continue here, what would happen next is 3 key possibilities to watch for tomorrow, May 14, 2025. All right. So ChatGPT here is speculating the breakout follow through. So if 555 holds pre-market and volume is strong, momentum could push the price towards over $6 a share. All right, this is ChatGPT saying this, not me. But if momentum could push this price toward over $6 a share, this would force further gamma squeeze by market makers covering. Again, I repeat, if it holds 555 over pre-market and volume is strong, momentum could push the price toward over $6, which would force further gamma squeeze by market makers covering. Watch open interest change tomorrow. Rollover or unwind will show you if bulls are staying or taking profit. Number 2, pull back the test of the support. What did I just say? That is crazy. So if it drops back below $5 at the open, it could be a profit-taking flush. Watch support at $4.80 and $4.40 prior resistance zones. Let me go back to the chart. All right, and let me show you the small little gaps that I found here on the 5-minute chart, which is again speculation of mine. But we see one that's pretty much here around 460, 465, around that range. Here's 480. Here's 480 right here, which had, tested twice and bounced over. And then the second gap down below is pretty much here at 440, from 435 to 440. So, again, stating here that the support levels at 440, that was a wild guess. So we're both pretty much thinking the same. So, again, we would have to watch out for those levels, right? Right. So 440, 480. And yeah, from there, we'd have to see what plays out. And if it doesn't, and if it stays above 5 or 550, then you already know the case there. Now, number three, volatility crush. So if price stabilizes, implied volatility could fall sharply, impacting call premiums, especially the weeklies. So, what was I talking about? I'm just seeing this right now. This is just a conversation that was just created here by ChatGPT. And it's also saying to consider rolling into June or July contracts to ride the momentum with better time value protection. See? So even ChatGPT says considering rolling into June or July contracts. I don't think there's July contracts. There's not. Wait. Where's the Fngr? Here. There's no July contracts. There's June 20th and August 15th, which you could probably do also, because you do have open interest here climbing for the $5 strike calls, right? So considering rolling into June or August contracts to ride the momentum with better time value protection. And so here is the key levels and tools. Okay. So, support zones 440 to 395 gap base. Breakout watch from 555 to 620 zone next. So 620, it's calling for 620 as the next zone for Fngr. The options watch, the May's 5 strike and 6 strike calls, and the June $5 strike calls. And it says to check for volume and open interest shift. Indicators would have to be gamma exposure, news catalysts, and short float metrics. So that's important if this is part of a meme stock wave. So that's crazy. Would you like a quick watch list setup or alert levels for Webull or TradingView for tomorrow's session? Let me see. Let me say yes. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Strong base. Huh. May 16th. See, you gotta correct ChatGPT sometimes. Sometimes it thinks it's on the right year when it's in the wrong year. Like before it thought that Trump was not president. And I had to correct ChatGPT and say yes, he is president right now. So what it says here, key price alerts. 555 breakout after hours high, breakout confirmation. 520, it's a momentum, intraday continuation level to hold, so it has to hold above 520. $5 is the psychological support, gamma zone. 480 is the pullback support, which was the last breakout retest and option zone. 438 was the prior close, or today's market close, which is the warning zone if broken, which would put the stock at risk of a trend breakdown. and 395, which is a strong base. So bottom of prior base in validation level. You see, I think it's on the wrong year. Like, what is this? May 17, June 21st? You're way off. This is why you got to be careful when using ChatGPT. Strategy notes. Momentum long entry on a break and hold above 555 with strong volume. Dip buy entry between 480 and 5 if support holds. Stop zones if below 438 with volume. Reevaluate the trend. And IV crush risk. Avoid chasing weeklies late unless new catalyst appears. Uh-huh. Same thing here. Okay. Game plan. May 16 OPEX focus. OPEX. Long setup number 1, break and hold over 555 with strong volume, which will lead to a continuation. Long setup number 2, dip buy near 5 to 480 zone equals a gamma pin setup. Gamma ramp, break over $6 with volume, which would equal potential short squeeze trigger. Wow. That's crazy. That's nuts. Alright, well. There goes the analysis for Fngr. I think that would be all, honestly. Let me see, where did I talk about up? Where did I talk about up? Up. Let me search. Wheels? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Wheels up. Wheels up. Right. We was having the conversation about reverse stock splits. And then we had this list of notable reverse stock splits in 2023. Remember we talked about that? And how we ran into Wheels Up Experience, ticker symbol UP, up. That one is something I wanted to mention here. And just a key reminder that Wheels Up had gotten a bailout 637 days ago, and cedes control to Delta Airlines, Certares, and Nighthead. So Up is under Delta. And then Tom Brady backed private jet company Wheels Up offers Europe routes to Delta One passengers. So there was things happening 2 weeks ago with the company. Then I realized here. Let me just look for the stock real quick. The stock has been trending up ever since we started talking about it. Is that a coincidence? I'm not too sure. This stock was at around $1.40, $1.45. It closed today at 9.15% in the green at 167. So yeah, it's been climbing up. It's been climbing up. It's actually been climbing up at a 52-week low of 73 cents. Back around the middle of April last month. So slowly climbing up, I think, in a healthy way, in my opinion. If we take a look at the daily chart real quick of how this looks like, this was at $3 at some point. There was a huge rally back in June of last year, June 21st, where it started to trend, bounce back up from $1.65, $1.70, all the way to as high as $4.59. So I don't know what happened there. This thing just then got heavily shorted all the way down to 73 cents. And now we have a huge rebound with the 200 day, with the 200 moving average. Nice trend though. It has a really nice trend in my opinion. It has to break 170 at some point, but so anywhere between 170 to 190, if it can actually reach to that point, $2 would have to be a level of resistance to break over. But yeah, I actually definitely like the way this trend looks like. This overall, in my opinion, if it does break over 170 to reach to 190 before this week is over, this would be pretty much the three white soldiers pattern, which usually results in a nice in an uptrend. Candlestick pattern. Let me see. So something like this. Let me show you real quick. Is it going? Is it loading or what? Uh-huh. So three white soldiers, definition, formation, let me see. Let's see. Three white soldiers hitting a support level. Boom, boom, boom. Try to look for something that's a little bit more similar. Oh, maybe like this. So yeah, so, kind of sort of like the same similar situation. And I think it would have to start ranging somewhere here for a while before another breakout happens over $2. Not financial advice. And let's see, there was something that I had actually posted on Discord. Gotta jump to the present. Fngr, oh, Big JR with the rocket ship for Fngr. That's pretty cool. You give it a couple of reactions here. Oh, he got TP in his torch. I just noticed that. Oh, here we go. So this is what happened today. So Wheeled Up Partners partners with United Auto Sports to deliver customers unmatched motor sports experiences. So, Wheels Up Experience has announced a global partnership with United Auto Sports, a leading endurance racing team and McLaren Automotive's official racing partner. The collaboration will provide Wheels Up customers with exclusive access to prestigious motorsport events, including the FIA World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, and WeatherTech IMSA Sports Car Championship. The partnership launches at the 2025 24 Hours of Le Mans on June 14 to the 15th, coinciding with McLaren's 30th anniversary of their 1995 victory. Wheels Up Wheels Up's branding will be featured on United Autosports vehicles and uniforms. Debuting at Le Mans, customers will gain. Oh, debuting at Le Mans. Customers will gain behind-the-scenes access, trackside viewing, and direct interaction with team members at various global racing events, from Sebring and Daytona to Spa, Imola, and Bahrain. So the impact is neutral, but the sentiment for this news is very positive. Very, very positive. Alright? Not financial advice. What's this video here? Oh, they actually have a video. Oh, you look at that. So there's a video here featuring the event that's being taken place next month, with the logo, with the up logo on it. Oh. Christ. New Discord post? Why am I afraid to actually scroll down? Oh my god. Oh my god. Of course, only you. I can't with you, man. So yeah, that's actually very bullish news. In terms of how this is looking like, mind you, this stock, of course, in my opinion, was actually, it was seen that the short interest ratio was over 20 days to cover. A few days, yesterday and even Friday, I noticed. Not only that, but 31 minutes ago, Fintel reports that there's only 2,000 short shares available, and that tomorrow's short borrow fee rates will be at a minimum to max of 36.18%. So it's kind of like taking sort of like a similar trajectory as to how Fngr started doing things. Now, I'm not saying that up will I mean, if it will actually replicate the same thing that Fngr went through, but when Fngr's short interest ratio days to cover started spiking up, and it went up to around the same range, around over 20 days to cover. Now it's actually dropping, and the short interest float. I'm gonna go ahead and this is the latest data from Fintel on what does this signify. So, alright, so The latest Fintel data for Wheels Up Experience, ticker symbol UP, shows some extremely high short interest activity, which could have major implications for both retail investors and institutional traders. So that doesn't really sound too good if it says major implications for both retail and institutional traders. So if you break it down here, the short interest is at 16,769,947 shares, which is very high absolute short volume. Short interest ratio of 16.76 days to cover, which is actually extremely elevated, which suggests that it would take over 16 trading days for shorts to cover their positions based on average daily volume. Short percentage of the float, which is at 61.30%, which is exceptionally high. More than half of the freely tradable shares are shorted. Off-exchange short volume of 329,418 shares, which the interpretation is a substantial trading in dark pools, non-transparent venues, and an off-exchange short volume of 52.09%, which indicates a lot of hidden short activity not visible in the lit markets. So what does this signify? So one, massive bearish bets. So over 60% of the float being shorted is a red flag, apparently. Institutions and traders are betting heavily that UP's price will continue to decline. But I will show ChatGPT the daily chart and see if it actually changes that speculation. High short interest often reflects deteriorating fundamentals, lack of confidence, or anticipation of dilution. High squeeze potential, but low probability without a catalyst. So, with a days to cover of 16.76, any unexpected bullish catalyst, earnings beat, delta news, insider buy, etc., could cause a short squeeze, apparently, supposedly, in speculation. But however, absent a catalyst, this is more likely to slowly bleed, where shorts retain control. Huh. Would you like live borrow fee rates? Da, 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 da. No, I would like to show you the daily chart because you are wrong. Oh, I can't even. Oh, jeez. I can't attach any more files, or I have to try again tomorrow at 9:16 p.m. Anyways, whatever. What is it? What did I say? 36. Oh, you know what? There is Intel shows that there are only 2,000 short shares available and a short borrow fee rate of 36.18%. Was it 36.18%? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this new data is very significant and paints a more urgent high pressure picture in the short term for UP. So what's the new Fintel data mean? So only 2,000 short shares available. Extremely tight supply, which suggests that nearly all borrowable shares are already in use by short sellers. And it's a critical threshold. So once availability drops this low, borrow costs can spike and forced buy-ins may occur. Short borrow fee rate of 36.18% is very high. Anything above 10% is already expensive. At 36%, it reflects severe demand pressure from shorts, and they're paying a premium to keep their positions open. This can discourage new shorts from entering and pressuring existing shorts to cover. So so now that that's the case, right? It still somewhat needs a catalyst for a major move to happen on UP. All right, so that is the situation for up, up. So that was just another. That was just other mentions besides Fngr and what's happening with Fngr, just to give you a heads up on what's been happening with this stock. All right. What's going on here? Musty love. Oh. What is this? Oh. XRPH bar. Oh, I gotta watch these videos. Thank you to Eric. Thank you to Eric for that. That's pretty cool. SEC Crypto Roundtable with BlackRock, Fidelity, and Nasdaq. Swift confirms going live November 2025. That's gonna be crazy if that's the case, yeah. Oh, James. Hey. What up, James? What is going on with you, man? How you been? This Mr. James, $1 million man price. Because everybody has a price for the $1 million man. How's everything? How are you doing? Tell us about your situation. How you been, bro? Starting off with you right away. Let's go and see what's going on with you. Little guy. I don't know, man. You tell me. What's going on, man? What's up? Let's go with you, man. How's your health? How's everything, man? Ooh, look what I look at. Look at the third. Look at the bata. Ooh, what do we see here? Unite. Good, bro. Still here. You still here, alive and well. That's what really matters, man. If you're, you managing what you're doing, taking care of yourself and everything. And yeah, just keeping that heart pumping, man. Keeping it pumping strong. And that's what matters. That's what matters, man. It's good to see you here. So right off the bat, there's a few things that I see here is, which could be possibility that we're seeing an inverse head and shoulders. Inverse head and shoulders here on the daily, on the 24-hour chart. And on top of that, what we notice here is the 200 moving average. Now we have the last two previous 24-hour candles trading above that. If you want it to continue its upside, it has to break over 22. You can see this wick ended up somewhere around $23.23. So What's the bullish case scenario here so far? Bullish case scenario. It has to be around here. So it needs to break out, of course. You need it to break over 2250. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set an alert here for 2248. And then I'm gonna set an alert here for 2296. That way I know that things are moving up pretty well for Unity. I like the setup because, again, like I said, you have it trading above the 200-day moving average, and on top of the fact that we see what it looks like to be an inverse head and shoulders. All right. If you guys can't see what I'm talking about, this is what I mean. This is what we look like right here. Right? So you have the left shoulder, the head, the right shoulder. Well, it'd have to be backwards, but yeah. Now you know what I'm talking about. So this is usually an indicator for more bullish upside. And for a comeback to happen on for Unity. All right, so I'm gonna actually remove this. Remove this. That's pretty awesome, though. This will see somewhat of a comeback. And of course, you okay. So just to take it as an example, right? Of what you saw here, which looks like something similar that happened back here June of 2024. So it's almost a year in the making where there was a similar situation where we have, you see, so we have this happening there, and then you had a breakout afterwards, right? So then the trend, well, whatever this indicator is that I have up here, which is considered to be the auto length moving average, trend signals, all that stuff. Obviously, you would need this this trend line to rebound like the way it did here, and turn yellow into green. So you'd see that there is a breakout and an uptrend here to start. So here, right, for an example, right? So change to yellow, and then it'll have to start turning green from there, something like that, right? And then you see more upside. Oh my god, I don't like how that draws. That's so dumb. So just an example. So that would be the bullish case scenario. And then with the support being somewhere around $20 a share, I think that makes sense. So bullish case scenario, break over 23. Well, break over 2250 to 323 and above to retest the last resistance at around 2360 and above. That would be resistance. 20 would be support. So let's just put it that way. And then maybe we could probably see Unity start heading to higher levels of resistance. So somewhere maybe 26 on the horizon. Maybe it'll be $26, you know, within down the road, and then try to make its way back to 28.30 at that resistance level. Cool. 5 days ago, Unity software was maintained at an equal weight by Barclays. The price target was cut to 25 from 26. So it sees $25 a share. Stifel, on the other hand, with a higher price target, maintained at a buy rating, but the price target was cut to $28 from $35 a share from Stifel. Needham maintained also at a buy rating. Price target was cut to $30 a share from $33. And it looks like they had released a 10Q report 6 days ago. So the financial highlights shows that the total revenue, which was $435 million, was a decrease compared to the prior year period, primarily due to a decline in Create Solutions and Grow Solutions revenue. Gross profit, $321 million, representing a gross margin of 74%, which was an improvement from the prior year period due to cost reduction. Excuse me. I'm burping out of nowhere. There was a loss of from operations, which was $127.9 million. Oh no, the loss of operations? No, it actually improved from the prior year period due to significant reductions in operating expenses. Sorry, excuse me. Net loss, $77.9 million, which was improved from the prior year period, reflecting cost management and restructuring efforts. So that's good. And basic and diluted net loss per share, which was 19 cents, which improved from the prior year period, driven by a decrease in net loss. Okay. Very good. Seems like there's been some improvements as of yet. Take a look at the weekly real quick and see how that looks like. And honestly, it's been pretty flat. Pretty flat. There was a bottom here around 14, maybe. Yeah, I want to say around. What was the bottom here? $13.90. 52-week range high at $30.88. Which is, yeah. So even the weekly. So give an example. The weekly with a green candle there. On the RSI, there is a bounce. Off that 50-day period momentum moving average length. RSI shown bouncing. Still neutral and not overbought. So overall, long-term, Unity could be faced with more upside, potentially. Not financial advice. Do your own research. Very nice indeed. So since that's it for the stream, I think I've been on the stream for so many hours. Just to give you a review on what's happening, an update of actually what's happening with commodities. If we take a look, Bitcoin is actually pulling back. Yikes, Bitcoin is pulling back. Here's another mention. Bitcoin pulls back underneath 103,000. You can see more downside too. Miners will go down from there too. Keep an eye on that. XRP back at 255. All right. I got you, fam. Thank you, James, for the mention. If you guys haven't noticed, oil has been trending up for the past couple of days. Let me go to the daily real quick. Show you how that looks like. Here had a bounce from $55.35 per barrel from May 5th, and had been going up since then, and hitting a high of $63.87 per barrel. So that's a quick uptrend here, which led to a lot of stocks like the ones that we know. IMPP here now above the 200 on the daily. Indo is a little bit close. What else we had here? Let me look at the gainers here. HUSA looks to want to make a comeback. It's a nice uptrend here starting to take place. It has to break over 75 cents. If oil were to surge a lot more very quickly, and we end up seeing oil at $65 per barrel before this week is over, maybe you'll see a lot more upside on these other stocks. ExxonMobil here playing that same trend. Even Chevron, P10 was up, same thing. SLB, same algorithm trading there on the daily. Oxy jumped from almost $39 to a close at $44.39. So Oxy's been moving pretty wild. So Oxy is one to look for if you like growth stocks and if you like dividends. The bottom looks like it was set to be at 35. Recovering from there. BP, same algorithm. I'm just noticing this right now. And Phillips, where's Phillips at? You see, same thing. It's pretty wild. Sunoco has a bit more of a bump here. Wow, dividends. They got some nice dividends here. Let me see. February, May. So they pay quarterly. Their dividends at 89 cents per share. Imagine that. Take a look at precious metals real quick. Apparently gold's been pulling back for the past week. It was at a high of 3,438. Went as low as 3,320. 3,207. And it looks like it wants to continue down. Well, it looks like there is somewhat of a double top here. So that's not bullish at all. So it could either retest below 3,200, come back around 3,150 or above that. So yeah, somewhere around that range, which would indicate that miners, gold and silver miners will feel the effects of this pullback. And so is silver. Silver is, well, actually no, silver has been consolidating, honestly, which is quite surprising compared to how gold looks like here on its chart. Silver is holding, and it's been holding around that 3250 level, 33. Something interesting about that. What are we looking like in terms of futures right now? Looks like the US dollar indexes had rejected the 200. So in the long term of things here, it had been underneath the 200 since February 13. It hasn't broken out since, so it's still in a bearish trend, in my opinion. Could it lead to more downside for the dollar? It could be. And if that's the case, remember, the more the dollar drops, the more commodities start to rise in price, like oil too. So for futures, let's see. SPY futures looks like it's weakening here. You see the trend is red. Looks like it wants to pull back. The NASDAQ doing the same thing. Although, looks like the Asian markets, especially the Hang Seng, Hong Kong, is actually up 1.38%. So there has been a gap up here. So that means Chinese stocks, it's probably on the rise right now currently. Got the Russell down. So yeah, futures is slightly down right now. It's a little tiny bit. A little bit. A little. And that's it. Other mentions, I know a lot of people have been talking about Archer Aviation. Archer, big run on Archer. So last month, from a low of $5.41, April 7th, to now closing at 11.16. And this is to be watched because you keep seeing things about electric VTOLs. This could be the future. The trend is also starting to turn yellow. It could be green right now. And we could be seeing more upside potential for Archer. Could break 12 if this momentum continues. So keep a watch on Archer. And that's it. I think that's all for tonight. I'd like to say thank you very much for tuning in. And to each and every one of you, I appreciate you joining the live stream. Taking the time out of your day to, to pop in, say hello, to engage in the conversations, and showing love to the channel. So it's always very much appreciated. Thank you, Zali, the one and only. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, James Price. Thank you, fam, for being here. Moistly used thong song. Thanks to Big JR. Forget about it. For Chris with a K. Eric. G Unit. Johnny. Lunchtime. Rodriguez. Matt K. Matthew Kohler. That name, Batter M. I forgot the name of it, but yeah, he has a weird name, but you know who you are. Thanks to you. Thanks to GCA too. I just missed him in the beginning. Well, so shout out to GCA. Fishy. Thank you, Fishy. Sup with it. Freshy fresh. You bot. Clark. Oh, Batter M. That's the name. Batter M. And Rob the Pilot, which I haven't seen in a while. Rob the Pilot. Shout out to him. And to the people in Canada. Kenneth. Shout out to Kenneth. TP, the Torch. And for sharing his torch. Um. Oh, Leader Landscape Inc. What time in what? What time in the morning? Um, probably gonna be. I'm gonna be streaming the market. I'm probably gonna be streaming the trading session. Not trading session, but pretty much like the price action for Fngr and any other tickers that we usually mention, just to kind of update ourselves to see what's going on. But I will be streaming the price action for Fngr because things is getting pretty intense. We got to look at specific levels, and again, like mentioned on ChatGPT and myself, that I think that if we see Fngr break over 550, even if it breaks 6, um, we could see some crazy action, in my opinion. Not financial advice. So yeah, uh, Leader, shout out to you, Leader Landscape Inc. Um, could be the first time seeing you on here, but yeah, I will be on. I will be on in the morning. But just know that I will be streaming remotely. I usually stream from work, so only thing I could do is just chat. But in the evenings, I'm home talking and going over whatever and pretty much researching together what's been happening and what's going on and what's the latest and so forth. So, anyways, thank you everyone. Thank you leaders for stopping by. I'll be on when market opens. All right. Uh, love you all. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your night. Be safe as always. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful Wednesday tomorrow as well. Um, good luck to your trading. Good luck to trading tomorrow too. And yeah, peace out. This has been another stream with yours truly, Line of All Trades. Here in the Lion's Den. Good night, everybody. Don't forget to show some love. Hit that like button. If you haven't yet, subscribe. Doesn't cost you a thing to do so. Show some love. Much love back at you. And I'll see you tomorrow.